Good morning, Discord. Morning, YouTube. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Sunny. Good morning, Max. Good morning, Man Bear Bull. Good morning, Crown. Good morning, Fortic. Good morning, Man of the Woods. Good morning, PD. Good morning, Ace. I got good morning, Lebonsky. Good morning, Dad Echo. I imagine you are out there. How is everybody today? Close above would have been nice here. So we could have took this close above, guys, and you gotta, Lebonsky, if you're still here. Oh, let me, yeah, you're still here. Hi. Okay, let me move this stuff real quick and I will talk to you about exactly how this looks and why we're looking at close above, right? So we were looking for the close above here, right? Now why? Right here, Lebonsky, is exactly what we're talking about. This right here is where traders are entering short. Longs came in here. You come up. Longs are taking profit. Once we come up here, that's your red candle. Shorts coming in. We come up, we break, and what does everybody do? They short again. That's what this wick is. They short back down into range. The close inside, they short it down. We just went through their stop losses. Who's shorting here? Supply demand traders are. This is supply to them, so they're shorting down. SMC ICT traders, bearish order blocks here. Support resistance traders, resistance is here. You know, it goes on and on. Your channel traders, right here is the top of your channel if you draw it in here. Trend line traders, where's your trend line? Right here. See the trend line? I mean, this is the whole reason that we're going up here. All the traders are short. You run your trend line. Here, I'll put a trend line on here. I don't know how many of you guys know trend lines. I know that most people say, oh, don't train trend lines because trend lines are retail or whatever the case may be, but here's your trend line. You know, your channel to the downside. So where are we? We're underneath of it. That's why all these shorts are coming in. So what are we looking for? I was hoping for a close above here. Why? Because you get a close above. We have a top wick on this candle right here. So our entry would be the flip of the candle after this bottom wick. Our take profit would have been the recovery of the wick. 32 ticks, and then what do you expect to do? Grab your stop loss, drag it with it in order to run these stops because we expect to put a wick on this candle. That's the whole purpose, right? It makes sense. I mean, these are the areas in the chart that I'm looking for. That's why I draw out these ranges, because this is how people trade, right? And what happened here with breakout traders. Here's what people forget too. What happened with the breakout trader? Breakout trader goes long here because we broke the range. Right? And then what happens? They get stopped out because the candle comes back down into range, so they get stopped. And then what do you got? What are the other traders you got? Breakout retest traders. So what are they doing? Well, they're longing the retest. So as soon as we came down here for the retest, they're looking to go long. So comes out, breaks out, comes back down, retest, which is going to look like your W on a 5-minute if you go down to the 5-minute chart. And then what happened? Bottom wick came in, stopped them all out in order to go long anyway. What happened here when the bottom wick comes in? Well, all these guys that were short, they got stopped out. You know, some of them that got stopped out on this way up, what they think now is this is a liquidity grab. SMC traders, ICT traders, swing failure pattern. That's what just played here. So what happened? It went above, closed below, so they reshorted here. That's what kills the stops of the long traders there. They reshorted. Well, what happens? Blows through their stops. Where are their stops above the highs? Man. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. When I'm talking about I'm trading against the traders, why I say that it's unpopular and you can learn all these strategies you want, Lebonsky. I'm not telling you not to trade one of those strategies. I'm telling you I don't. And why do I not trade it? Because 98% of traders fail. So why would you trade one of these strategies that all the traders trade? Why would you trade supply demand? Why would you trade SMC? Why would you trade ICT? Why would you trade trend lines? Why would you trade Fibonacci retracements? All these things line up at the same place. Draw them all out on your chart, and you'll see what I'm talking about. All these things are going to line up, and you're going to see where all the traders come in. Now you watch how these candles build. That's why we're looking at high time frames. Now you can go down to 5 minutes, see the same thing, right? But what you're going to see is that it's playing out against how, you know what I mean? You're going to see it in such a context that you're going to miss what you're looking at. Breakout, retest, continuation, right? On the half an hour, you know, on the hour, you're actually seeing how these candles are building much better. Now you can still see these things on the 5 minute by looking at this chart. You can still see your hour time frame by looking at this chart. Okay, just take for instance your 8 o'clock candles here, right? So there's your bottom wick on your 8. There's your 8:30. So what did your 8 o'clock candle look like? You know, on the hour. Went here, right? You pushed down, put on a bottom wick, came back up, opened the next candle. So now where are you? Push down, did not break the bottom wick. So this is still your bottom wick. Body closes here with a top wick. You put these two candles together. What do you got? Your 1 hour candle. Same thing goes for your lower time frames. If you sit here and you pay attention to these candles building and looking at this time over here, you can see where your 5 minutes are building. You should be able to picture this in your mind. Your 15, however you want. So you don't need lower time frames to see this stuff. And a lot of times that lower time frame is just too much clutter. A lot of people anticipate moves that are not great because you're not waiting for your close. Where's your volatility come in at? This is where people get it wrong on the low time frames. Volatility is going to come in at the 30-minute close, at the hour close, at the 4 hour close. Why? Because the 30-minute close is also a minute close, is also a 3-minute close, is also a 5-minute close, is also a 15-minute close. So you're going to have higher volatility if you go to a higher time frame on the close of your candle. Why? Because all the time frames now are matching up. They're all closing at the same time. If you take a 5-minute close and it's, you know, 8:05, well, what else is closed then? Minute, your 2-minute, your 3-minute, whatever you want to say, right? But that's it. To where if you take an hour close, it's everything, an hour and below. You take a 4 hour close, same thing. It's 4 hours and everything below. So you're going to have much more volatility. Why? Because traders trade on the close, right? So just some stuff to keep in mind, guys, because a lot of people do ask me that. Why is it that I trade on the 30-minute and the hour? A lot more sense to me to trade on the higher time frames because that is the close of every other time frame just the same, right? So you're going to get much more volatility. Top wick will be made. Yes, Sonny, I agree. Very much so. And that's essentially, that's why I didn't leave until this candle closed. I would have loved to see it close above. It was super hard at that point just to say that we were going to kill the shorts. With the close below, it very well could have been a fake out. And these are the things that people don't understand either. What they think is that I go to the chart and I say, okay, well, here's resistance, here's supply, you know, here's bearish order blocks, here's whatever, right? So since we made it that point, now I just long against it. No. Right? So yeah, I got that mark too, right here, Sonny. Absolutely we do. Oh, and right here. No, I don't believe that's there on, I think the hour's good. Yeah, you can kind of call that. Right here, yeah. I don't know which time frame you're looking at, but yeah, we still got a little cleanup up top. Absolutely. Anyway, and they say, well, why don't you just trade against it? Well, under most cases, well, what are you doing? Then you're trading breakouts, right? And that's not a great idea either. I'm not a breakout trader, and a lot of people say, well, but if you traded this, it was a breakout, right? No, not exactly, because the breakout would have been taking this candle when it broke. So, and do I trade reversals back in? Absolutely, if we get a close above. If we get a close above and a top wick or no top wick, this candle closes with no top wick, well, what am I doing? I'm trading short. So is that a breakout? No, because we're trading against the breakout traders. And what does that mean? The shorts didn't come in. That's why there's no top wick. The shorts never came in to defend it. So if the next candle comes in and puts on a top wick, what's that mean? It's all longs. Everybody went long. So what are we going to do? We're going to try to flip that candle back down. You know, where's the entries? If this was no top wick, where would the entries have been in the longs? The breakout. So what are we going to trade down into? We're going to wait for the top wick. We're going to wait for the flip. We're going to put our stop now above the top wick, right? And we're going to wait for that price to push down and hit this area where they would have been entering at. We're going to take profit 1 there, and then we're going to let it run through their stops. We're going to drag our stop loss. Watch their stops get hit, just like we watch the short stops get hit here. Okay? So you want to see the traders come in first. But should you learn the strategies? Absolutely. Absolutely, learn all the strategies you can. Why? Because if you understand supply and demand, you can draw it on chart now. Now what are you looking for? You're looking for the supply and demand traders to fail. If you understand SMC, ICT, you understand where order blocks are. So now you're looking for those order blocks to fail. And the beautiful thing about that is, what do they call it? A failed order block. And I'm going to assume that you trade ICT or SMC, Lebowski, and I'm not throwing hate or anything else. Most people do, but I'm going to assume that you trade some kind of strategy like that. What happens when your order block gets broke? Well, now they call it a breaker block. So what are they looking for? Exactly what I just said. Breakout, retest, continuation, right? Because all it is a breaker block. So if a bearish order block, okay, just like what happened here, if a bearish order block gets broke, there's your order block is broke, you're looking for a retest for a continuation, which is what? Supply, flip demand, resistance, flip support. All these strategies are the same, and everybody can argue all they want that the strategies are different, but you can give me any chart that you want, and I can, draw the strategy on the chart for you, and I can show you where they're all the same. And they'll say, well, yeah, but I don't enter the same place, and I could care less where you enter. It doesn't matter to me. Market search money and stop loss trader is money, right? I don't know what you mean, Lebowski. But anyway, so everybody's going to enter on a different place, and that's what they'll argue. SMC traders will say, oh no, I enter here. Okay. And then you've got the SMC traders that enter after the liquidity sweep. Okay, so here we are. Here's our low. Well, what does that look like on a chart after the liquidity sweep? Where they enter at? There's the liquidity sweep, right? So where they enter at? Oh yeah, right here. What is that? I mean, come on, anybody tell me, what is that? An inverted head and shoulders. So after liquidity sweep, they enter. It's the same pattern, and they'll say, well, we enter different places, and your pattern traders will tell you the same thing. We enter different places. Well, you want to know what they all do? No matter where they enter, right? No matter where they enter, whether you enter the 0.5 of an order block, or you enter coming into the order block, or you enter the top of an order block short, or you enter, supply area, right? We won't call it an order block now. We'll say supply demand traders. You enter supply, right? Let's go another one. Support resistance traders. Resistance. You enter resistance short. You enter, whatever you want to say. You say the highs, however you want to look at it. Where are their stop losses? That's what matters, and that's what people don't get. So no matter what trading strategy had entered right here, no matter where they'd entered at, where your stop loss is going to be. Right here. Problem. So here's your stop losses, right? Right above these highs. No matter what strategy you're trading, you entered your stop loss, you put your stop loss above the highs. So what does that mean? There's a cluster of orders there. Now market makers, right? The ones that actually put liquidity in the market. For anybody that doesn't know what a market maker is, there's people out there that say, well, there's no such thing as market makers. That's absolutely not the truth. You can Google it. I actually, like I said, I used to live trade with a market maker every day. He's retired now, but there is a such thing as market makers. Basically, the exchanges sell their orders to market makers. Why? In order to put liquidity in the market. Why do they put liquidity in the market? In order to keep the market running. We have to have the market moving up and down. So they make sure that's possible by using large orders to move the market up and down. Well, what are they looking for? To them, all they're looking to do is buy and sell. So when you got this area up here, let's just say just where we were, and obviously we've already went through that, but when you've got this area right here, right, it's full of orders, and they can come up here and they can get these orders and say this is $10 million worth of orders sitting here. To them, they don't care that they're stop losses. All this is, if you're short, every short seller is a future buyer. So this is a buy order. Where's our next buy order? Right here. So here's where their buy orders are, right? Right here. If they shorted, their buy orders are going to be somewhere in these two general vicinities, right? So say you're $10 million worth of orders. The difference is everybody gets out at a different spot. So if you were shorting SMC up here, then you're going to get out at a different spot than if you were shorting supply demand. Some traders trade R, some people do this, some people do that, right? So you're not going to see all your orders at the same spot. This is assuming that supply, demand, resistance, support, right? So what the difference is, all the stop losses are in the exact same spot. So if there's $10 million worth of stops sitting up here, and again, they don't look at it as stops, it's just buy orders. There's $10 million worth of buy orders sitting here. So as a market maker, the price is here, right? Well, how much money, how many orders do they have to buy in order to come up here and get this $10 million worth of orders? If they can spend $5 million to push the price up to get $10 million worth of orders, they're going to do it every day. That's business. Why would they not? And what traders seem to fail to realize is no matter what strategy they're trading, all their stop losses are in the exact same place. You understand what I'm saying? They're all sitting in the same place. No matter what strategy you trade, mark it out on a chart, you'll see what I'm talking about. This is why I'm looking for the strategy to fail and for price to come back to it. If we come to an area, if you come to a top, and I mean, we did this when gold went to the highs. We did the exact same thing. As we were coming into the highs, so many times, we talked about it, anybody that was on the stream saw it. As we came into these highs and made all new highs, every single time we came up here and made them, what happened? Any of you guys that were here knew exactly what happened. They kept coming up. They kept shorting the highs. Because why? Because you have to. They have to short the highs. Why? Because that's what they've been taught to do. So what happens? The price held and held and held. We watched it play out all day, every day, as we were sitting here watching the market, and the price would sit there, gathering short orders. Because when you gather short orders, what are you also gathering? Stop losses. Where were the stop losses at? Just above the highs. So price would sit there. Move down, move down, move down. Tick, 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 and bang. Shoot right through all them orders. Stop everybody out. Then what? Well, now we've got a new high. So what does it do? Tick, 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 tick. Gathering orders, gathering orders, gathering orders. Because where are the stops? Right above the highs. Bang. Shot through them all. And we watch it do it time after time after time. Making new highs, making new highs, making new highs. There's our wick. So did you trade that up? I'm going to assume you did, right? Very nice. Very good. Like I said, I would have had a setup if I had the bulls above there. So that's exactly what we were looking for. I know Man Bear Bull, you spoke about it as you came into the stream today. You knew exactly what you were looking for because we'd been here so many times. Oh, you shorted it now? Oh, okay. Oof. Scary, Sonny. Anyway, so Man Bear Bull, you saw it, and that's the thing. Oh, shorted earlier. Okay. Very nice, very nice. But for you guys that show up all the time, you'll see, you'll see that as you come more and more and more, you'll start noticing my chart and what it all means. It's a lot to take in the very beginning. I'm not going to lie. If you watch the last wick, plus 40 ticks, very beautiful. Very nice, Sonny, very nice. Trick. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I see now. Okay. So yeah, so main bear bull, he realized what it was we were looking for. All I needed was a setup. The entry was there, guys. Entry was actually, well, I never measured this, but I'm going to say it was. Yeah, entry was good. So basically 28 ticks would have been your stop loss. Entry would have been the flip of this candle. It drove down, came back up, flipped. Take profit 1 would have been recovery this wick. You would have put your stop into profit and dragged your stop as price went in your direction. You know, anticipating us putting a wick on this candle, which we have just done. So essentially, if you were in the move, I think it was about 70 some ticks, honestly. Yeah, right at 70, 80 ticks. So I measured it up as we did the TA this morning. But yeah, so that's essentially all we're looking for, right? Hopefully that makes sense. And why did we look for that? Because everybody's short here, right? To them, this is supply demand. To them, they're looking at it just like this. This is your area right here. And this is what they see. That's it. Block supply demand, however you want to look at it. And it'll play out time and time again. Is like a price magnet. You talking about the wicks, or what are you asking, PD? How you knew it was going to go up to the order block. Oh, why is it going to go up to the order block? I mean, you don't necessarily know it's going to go up to the order block, I guess, but when we're ranging like this, in order to get shorts in the game, how are you going to get, I mean, how's the market, where's everybody going to short at? And I mean, I realize you guys probably don't see it now, but as you look at it right here, right? If we're on this candle, if we're moving up here, where are the market participants going to long and short? I mean, they're going to long here, they're going to short here. You know, that's just the ABCs of the game. So price is normally going to move to those areas, and that'll bring them in shorting. So, and then, or are they going to go long again? Once we start breaking through these areas, then they're going to try to go long, because your breakout traders are going to go in. Okay. So, and you want to make sure that the breakout traders then get banged out too, because you don't want to have to trade with the majority. A lot of people say, well, I say I'm not trading with the traders, but there's always going to be traders long and short. Yes, absolutely. But you don't want to trade with the majority. If you look at an area and you see that, you know, like this, where people are coming in short, they didn't know to short the first time. Price moves down, right? But they don't know this until this formation is formed. Now is when they consider this supply after this happened. So this is supply now. This is resistance now. This is an order block now, right? So now when it comes back up to test these things, now what are you looking for? You're looking for that position to fail. You're looking for it to start showing that it's going to fail there. So you move up like this, it could have very well did this number. There's no reason that it had to go there. And that's the difference. That's why you can't just enter. You have to have a setup at an entry. It could have easily came down. The traders could have easily won. That happens every single Monday. I mean, we show it time after time on Monday. Why do the traders win on Monday? My opinion, right? My opinion is, just like everything else, you have to let the traders win sometimes too. they're not going to continue to come back to play the game if they always lose. Think of a casino, right? Why does a casino, if you start winning, why does a casino give you free meals, free hotel stay? Why does a casino do this? If anybody's been to the casino, yes, I hate Mondays too, Sonny. You already know. If you go to the casino, right? And I don't know what any of you guys play or if you play anything, but let's just say that you're on the craps table. Let's just say you're playing blackjack. Everybody knows blackjack. Let's just go with blackjack. You go to the blackjack table and you start winning at the blackjack table. You will see that the pit boss will come up to you because you're winning, and they'll give you some free food, you know, vouchers. They'll give you a free motel voucher. Why do they do that? Everybody thinks, oh, they're just being generous. They're just being generous because you're winning, so you're doing well, so they're not being generous. They don't want you to win the money in their casino and go and take it somewhere else and lose it. That's the worst thing that could ever happen. What do they want to do? They want to keep you there. They want to keep you playing. At the end of the day, you're not going to win. The whole point. They expect you to lose. That's what Monday is. On Monday, you'll see that the traders win. So you'll see that I'm not a big fan of Monday. Just like Sonny just said, I'm not a big fan of Monday. I don't normally trade on Monday. I'll draw up some ideas on Monday now and again. Normally, I won't even do that. Why? Because the traders win on Monday. Why do they have to win on Monday? Because you have to keep them playing. Yeah, and I was about to say, man of the woods, sadly, Friday is my favorite day. Friday is my favorite day to trade. And why is Friday my favorite day to trade? Because what they do is Monday, they hook the traders. Throughout Wednesday, they play with them. Friday, they wreck them. They take all the money that they made and they take it all back. But the people go home upset over the weekend, fuming, coming up with a new strategy, coming up with new ideas, and then they come back Monday, all beat down, saying, oh, I got wrecked. And then Monday they start winning again and they build this big confidence up so that they can wreck them again by the end of the week. You see it happen time and time and time again. So for me, Friday's my favorite day. They run the stops on Friday. You'll see me get involved much more on Fridays because that is when they come out to wreck the traders. And I mean, that's ideal trading for me. That's when the, you know, market makers make their biggest dividends too, is on Friday. Everybody's confident. They're trying to get that last bit of money. They might have lost a little midweek. Monday was so good. Midweek they lost some more. So what are they going to do? They're going to get aggressive to make all their money on Friday because Monday built confidence. I mean, it's a mental game at the end of the day. For me, and again, it's how everybody else trades. I'm not telling you to trade like me, but for me, I'm not trading this gold, guys. I care less about gold. Lebonsky was asking me about news. I don't care about the news. I don't care about the fundamentals. I don't care about gold. It doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, I'm trading the traders. That's it. Traders are entering the market. I'm looking there for their positions to fail in order to trade in their stop losses. That's it. That's all there is to it, you know? If anybody plays poker, they understand that. When you sit down at the poker table, you're playing no limit hold'em. You're not playing your cards. Anybody that's good at poker and actually is, you know, profitable playing no limit hold'em realizes that it's got nothing to do with the cards in your hand. It doesn't even got a whole lot to do with the cards in the other guy's hand that you're playing against. It's got more to do with how weak-handed he is. How much you can take advantage of his emotions in order to put money in your pocket. How many pots can you win because there's a better board out there than what he has cards in his hand? You got to think about it, guys. When you play poker, only 30% of the time, if that, somebody actually makes a hand. So you're going to wait for that 30% to win? Why? Why? When the other guy only makes a hand 30% of the time as well. So why not play that against him? The same thing goes in the market. Just ideas. Like I said, I played poker and sports bet before I ever came to the trading space, and that's a lot of the reason that I look at it a little different than a lot of the traders do. That's why I look at more of a long-term bankroll management strategy too, rather than a per trade strategy like RR, like you were talking about earlier. Look at it that way. So if that works for you, great. For me, that's not the way that I look at a position at all. Here's kind of the same situation that we were talking about a little earlier. You really have no top wick, comes in, puts in a top wick, flips and moves down. Not that I have any kind of setup there per se. I wouldn't have traded that, but just an idea of what I was talking about earlier. And you guys that are here all the time, you kind of already understand how it works, but Lebonsky, that's kind of what I was saying. I hope that makes sense now that I opened mic and talked a bit. I hope that makes sense to what you were thinking about. I don't know. Argument with RR Trader today. I have shared the old trade with him, and he said he won't take it because RR is 2 to 1. Yeah. Yep. I was like, all right, yeah. And that's the thing. And again, I'm not telling any of you guys that are new traders. Yeah, exactly. It was a winner. And that's the silly part about it, guys. Have sense, I understand. Okay. That's the problem with the whole RR thing, guys. And if you watched any of my videos on bankroll management, you'll understand. But people really believe in the trading space that you can, you can do 3R trades. So one stop loss, whatever that is, which just kills me too, because what is your stop? Well, it don't matter. My take profit's just 3 times my stop. Hold on, what's your stop? Oh, well, I mean, that doesn't matter. It kills me. Okay, well, your stop don't matter. All right, that's fine. It kills me that people truly believe, hey, G Flocke, that you can flip a coin, which is 50-50. Don't get me wrong, guys. That you can flip a coin and you can do a 3R trade and you're going to be profitable this way. People say, oh yeah, that's really the case. I've seen people do it. This one is on CL. It's a bit older, but most people get a trade information now on that orange rectangle, and I expect them to place stops at reddish rectangle. Strong reaction there. I'll play the pullback. Let me see what you got. Yeah, I mean, that's up to you, Mr. Watermelon. Essentially, it's not that much different than the pattern we got here, but yeah. That was a range break. That was, liquidity sweep to the downside, as they'll say, and then a regular range to the top side. If you look at that, that's a broadening formation as well on a higher time frame. Yeah. What did you say? I'm a new trader and have too much information, but your education have too much sense of all strat. Yeah. Yeah, and it is, but all of them are essentially the same. That's I try not to overcomplicate it. I try to, Lebonsky, I try to show it in terms of what you trade. The reason that I say everything, like supply and order block and resistance and fibs and everything else, is because everybody trades something different. So if I just said, this is a supply area, not everybody would understand that. They'd be like, well, I don't know what's, I don't trade supply demand. I'm an SMC trader. Well, now it's an order block, but essentially it's the same thing. What are they doing? Shorting and putting their stops above the highs. So they're all the same thing. What am I saying? Well, let me look. I'm saying that basically you're on a broadening formation now on oil. So you broke down, right? And I can't see the rest of the chart, no big deal, but you broke down. You swept the lows, as they'll say. So traders are doing what now? Traders want to long that. If you put it on there, they're expecting now that breaks that top. Like, you can call it a head and shoulders pattern. I don't know what you trade, Mr. Watermelon. If you're an ICT trader, they call it turtle soup. That's the pattern that traded there. If you're an SMC trader, it was a liquidity sweep of the lows. You know, the old Judas swing. If you're a pattern trader, it's a head and shoulders. If you're a, you know, a candle trader, to where you trade things like the strat, that's a broadening formation, is what you're about to see there. Took the lows, is going to come up, take the highs, and then come back down, essentially, is how they look at it. So, right, what is the RR here when you're in profit, when you entered? I don't get the RR thing. Well, Sonny, all RR means is you enter a position. All right, let's say you enter short. We'll put a short on here. Anybody that's watching this, please, this is not a trade, guys. All right, I'm just drawing this up for Sonny. All right, so do not be involved in this trade. Okay, let's just say that you shorted here because, you know, we broke the highs around the high, this swing failure pattern. So now your stop is going to be above the highs. Why? Because that's where they always put their stop. Okay, so in order for this trade to be a, you know, let's just say 3R trade, well, your take profit is here. All right. Why? Just because that's 3R. Just because that's how you do it. Because this is where your stop loss is. And that's all it's got to do with. And that's where my biggest problem is. You barely heard anything again, Mr. Watermelon. Rewind the stream. So if your stop loss is, let's say, above these highs, Sonny, right? And this is all based on stop loss. That's it. So if your stop loss above these highs, well, now in order to be 3R, your take profit is just got to be all the way down here, right? I didn't quite get there, but you get the gist of it. So your take profit just has to be down here. Why? Because that's 3 times what your stop loss is. That's how it works. And that's where part of the problem is with it, because there is no sense to R, right? So if I tell you I made 3R today, what does that mean? What is that number value? That's one of my biggest problems with it, first off. But number two, to say that you're going to hold a position just because you have to make it to a certain R, that makes absolutely no sense to me. So if we're sitting here and we're looking at this, let's just say, and let's say that for our you know, the way we're seeing this candle build, we're expecting this to close below here in order for a continued down move. So you're going to get a close below, you're going to get a top wick right here, which is going to be on a low time frame, a head and shoulders pattern, right? You all see it, correct? So here's your shoulder, right? However you want to do it. Here's your head. Now you're going to come down. So you're going to make your next wick, and you're going to come down, right? So that's essentially what you're looking at. And you are trading this, and it comes down, it breaks this pattern, and it starts moving the upside. You're not going to take profit. You're just going to say, well, that's not my 3R, so too bad. That's what doesn't make any sense to me, Sonny. And 3R doesn't actually mean anything, because it depends on your stop as to what you've actually made. For me, it's got more to do with market movement, and it's got more to do with managing your risk. So lots of times in RR trader, it's not really about how much you risk on a trade. It's about where you put your profit at. So essentially they believe, and that's what I was about to get into, Sonny, they believe that you can flip a coin, because a coin's 50-50. So they believe that you can flip a coin, you can enter a position, and you can put your position at 3R. So whatever you want to risk, say you want to risk 10 ticks and your take profit's going to be 30 ticks. Let's just say for fun, right? So 3R. They believe that you'll be profitable if you continue to do that. And the funny thing about this is, right, that if anybody knows how the market moves, it actually is going to be easier to move 10 ticks than it is to move 30 ticks in any direction. So therefore, your probability is not 50-50 anymore. Everybody wants to say it's 50-50. No, it's not. There's absolutely no reason that you should believe that if you enter right here, that you have a 50-50 chance to go 30 ticks or 10 ticks. If anybody believes that, it doesn't make any sense. That's why this is a game of probabilities, guys. That's not 50-50. Going to have less of a chance to go 30 ticks as it is to go 10 ticks, regardless of where you entered. So therefore, it's more likely for your stop loss to be hit than it is for your take profit to get hit. That's how it works. Now, I will tell you, if you enter right now, you have a 50-50 chance of it going up or down. Yes. But you do not have a 50% chance of it moving, 300 ticks over moving 100 ticks. Just think about that in your head for a minute. Anybody that understands math understands this. And yet, they do these things and try to make it seem like, it is what it is. RR is to fool people, shifting stop loss closer to entry in hindsight, and RR is ×5. Yeah. RR whole point is if it's high enough, even if I win once and lose 40 times. Yeah, but it doesn't work that way though, Mr. Watermelon. That's the problem. That is the issue with it. You can do 60R trades, absolutely. But what you don't understand is your probability of hitting a 60R trade is going to be far, far less. So you're not giving yourself... At the end of the day, it's always going to be exactly the same. The numbers add up the same. RR is for people that don't know how to do math. And I know that's an unpopular opinion, but you're going to lose far more trades. So essentially, if you got, let's just say that trading's 50-50, which it is, right? You can say that's 50-50. Let's say if I flipped a coin right now, right? And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to flip a coin. Heads I go long, tails I go short, right? 50-50 on that coin flip is flipping the coin. 50-50. The market's 50-50 is it's going to go up, it's going to go down. Absolutely, right? Now 50-50 on risk to reward means that you're doing 1R trades. That's where your 50% is. So 100 ticks up or 100 ticks down. Now you have 50-50. But at the end of the day, you're going to have a 50% win rate as well doing that. All right, Sonny. See you in a bit, man. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. So that's the problem, Mr. Watermelon. So if you flip a coin, that's 50-50. If you enter the market anywhere, just saying you're going long if it's heads, short if it's tails, that's 50-50. However, if you don't do 1R, it's no longer 50-50. That's the issue. That's what people don't get. So you're taking your 50% out, so that's the problem. Need to seriously do a series explaining this. I would like to understand more on this rename pattern stuff. Oh yeah. Pizza rolls. Yeah, I mean, it's all the same stuff. That's what people don't get. And people argue the fact, Crown, that they're different entries. And I'm not going to tell you that they're not different entries. I'm not going to tell you that supply demand traders don't enter a little different than, on supply, than a bearish order block enters, than a resistant trader enters. And with that being said, even there, okay, if you say, okay, I'm an SMC trader, not all SMC traders enter in the exact same place. So some enter at the 0.5 of the order block, some enter at the order block, whatever. But what I will tell you is all their stop losses are in the exact same place. And that's all I care about. I care less where they enter. So it actually does seem good, but it's still a probability that might work for some time and then stop working. No, it's not. I mean, that's the whole thing. What they're trying to, I mean, it's going to be just exactly what your risk to reward is. So let's just say that if it's 1R, you're going to win 50% of the time. You know, if it's 10R, then you're going to essentially win 10% of the time. You're still going to be the exact same. You're not putting anything in your favor, is what I'm saying, Mr. Watermelon. If you think numbers, if you understand how numbers work, you understand that that's just how it works. So if the market has to move 40 times the distance for each trade, then you're going to be 40 times less likely for that trade to work out. So at the end of the day, you're 50-50 when it's all said and done. So you've accomplished nothing. You should have just flipped the quarter and did a 1R trade. You would have ended up with the exact same numbers at the end of 6 months, at the end of 100 trades. You're not accomplishing anything. Understand? Now, if you're using it as a way to mitigate losses, which is very beginner friendly, so it makes sense. If your strategy is not any good, right? You don't have the best strategy, you haven't worked it out yet, then RR is not the worst idea in the world. Why? Because you plan on losing a lot of trades. And if you plan on losing a lot of trades, then RR is not the worst thing because you're going to mitigate your losses that way. Right? So, if you're looking at it in that aspect, it's not the worst. However, if you really, really want to understand the market and how it moves, sit here and watch the market, guys. You should be able to, and I'm talking to anyone here, all you guys that are just here, anybody that just showed up today, whatever the case may be, as we sit here and watch the market, and I go over how all this stuff's moving, why it's moving, you're looking at why people are entering, you should have a pretty good understanding of the market going up or down. You understand what I'm saying? You should have a pretty good understanding within the next probably month, right, of what is going to happen as you're in a trade. And the problem is, Max said he was just long. Good luck, Max. The problem is, let's just say you're long here. Okay? For fun. Well, where do we expect that you're going to see a reaction on this long position? Right? You're going to expect that your short entries came in here. So you're going to start seeing a reaction once we're testing this wick. So let's just say Max longed. Let's put a P&L up here just for fun. Again, YouTube, all the social media platforms, do not follow this trade. This is not something you should be trading. I'm just showing this. Whoops, wrong one. I'm just showing this as an example to go over a trade that Max is just talking about. Okay. So you long here. And you put your stop. Let's just say you put your stop right here. Right? And you're saying, okay, what we're going to do is we are going to try to attack yesterday's highs. Okay, so let's try to make this a little better so that it is your 2R here. So here's where we're at, and this is your 2R. Almost there. Anyway, close enough. This is your 2R trade. Anybody that knows, I mean, how the market moves. Oops, that's not what I was trying to do. Anybody that knows how the market moves, if we've come up here, and we come up and we test this wick, and we start failing, and we do something like this, well, what's about to happen? Everybody knows exactly what's going to happen. So why is it now that we're holding this position just because this is where our take profit is, and you have no choice but because you got 2R? Why does that make any sense? How does that make any sense to do that in order to take a stop of 66 ticks. For what reason? This is what makes no sense to me, guys. Why would you do that when you should well know that we're not going up? People say, well, it doesn't matter because that's my 2R. That's just how it is. If I don't stick to this 2R rule, then I'm going to be unprofitable. You're going to be unprofitable when you take the freaking loss. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you not take your 60 ticks, 63 ticks of profit once we start rejecting here than taking a 66 tick loss? You're telling me that when you walk down the road and you see a $20 bill laying on the ground, it's laying there, you say, nope, that's not a $100 bill, so I'm not going to pick that up. If any of you guys can tell me you do that, then by all means, wait for your 2R. Wait for your 2R. No point in doing anything else. Doesn't make any sense. Now, here's where it'll test, just like I showed here. It will. It's going to test this. Now, stops are broke. You'll see it. Watch. And this is the whole thing. And if you understand how the market moves, you understand where you should or shouldn't get out of this position. If you were in this trade and you took the flip here, just say this was close above, you took the bottom wick and the flip, which there wasn't enough bottom wick for me to get involved, but just say you're targeted in this. See that reaction? Did you see how that just moved up? That's the stops. Hashcat. Fair enough. Fair enough. But you understand. You understand. So, and that's the whole thing. So what would you did? You would have traded up into this, take profit 1 here, move your stop into profit, and now what do you expect? You expect them stops to be banged through. What happened? We banged through them. What's going to happen now? Well, now we see if she goes higher. Is she going to go all the way up here? Yeah, it could be. Okay. But are we just going to say, well, we're not going to secure our position in any way because, you know, we believe that, or we believe it's going to come all the way up here? You know, it reminds me of a story. And if you're here, I'm sorry, and I'm not putting you on blast. I'm not calling out your name. Of a person who was in the server, and I've told this story before, and they were in profit, RR trader, swing trader, and he was calling out positions in the server. They have a 100 tick stop loss. They need a 300. It was actually pips, but same thing. They had a 100 tick stop loss, 300 ticks take profit because it's 3R. They were 150 ticks in profit. News is about to drop. And I said, make sure everybody secures for news. And he had a whole bunch of people in this position following him along. And he said, no, you don't have to secure for news when you're a swing trader because news is never going to affect you. You only have to worry about news when you're a scalper like you. Okay. News came. They took a 100 tick stop loss when they were already 150 ticks in profit. To me, you know what that means? To a lot of you RR guys, that means that you lost 100 ticks because you took a 100 tick stop loss. To me, you just lost 250 ticks. That's what it means. That's not stupid. I don't know what is. It doesn't make any sense. It's $10 a tick for gold per contract. I trade 2 contracts. Do the math there. You just gave all that money back when you're already in profit just because you're an RR trader and you're a swing trader, so therefore nothing will affect you because you're a swing trader. Come on, guys. Makes no sense to me. That's how everybody wants to trade. By all means, have at it. But to me, that makes no sense. I don't trade that way. I never will trade that way. Never made any sense to me. Make sure to, as Tino says, pay yourself, guys. You know, make sure to take profits. Make sure to do something. At least secure. Do something. Makes no sense to take Unnecessary losses for absolutely no reason. We're trying to find out. Yeah, Hashcat, exactly. So, anyway, just what it is, guys. Do it how you please, whatever's working for you. By all means, if you're profitable already and you're doing well with whatever strategy you're using or whatever risk management you're using or so on and so forth, do it, right? By all means, do it. That's not how I trade. I never will. I don't like giving back. So, Voltino pays himself from the... yeah, Hashcat, that's not a lie. You are absolutely right. Well said. Thank you, Ace. But yeah, I mean, everybody trades the way they trade. I have different, mindset than others. You have to ask yourself, and here's a question you have to ask yourself, right? And I'll go over this just the same, because on the flip side, there's two different kind of people in the world. All right, so say this candle goes up. We're long, because we're already long, right? Say this candle goes up. This candle hits this spot right here, right? And it comes down 10 ticks. 10, 15 ticks. So I'd get out of the position. So let's just say it's 160 ticks, it says. So I ended up at 150. Right? Now, you have to ask yourself what you would be more mad about. Are you more mad that it came down 10 ticks, you got out, and now it comes down like this, right? So you got out of this position, so you didn't lose more back because you only took, you only gave back 10 ticks of profit you were in, right? Which is great when you look at it in those senses. However, the reverse can happen. Now you've got this position that played out instead. So now you took 150 ticks off this, and now it came back, broke through this high, and continued. So now it turned into a, I don't care, 300 tick trade. Which one can you deal with more? Because if this comes back down, and you lose that whole 150 ticks, to some people, that would be fine trying to get the 300. Right? I'm not that. That's not me. If I come up here and I had 150 ticks in my pocket and it comes back down and I lose it all, I can't sleep. That pisses me off. I'm so mad. But on the flip side, if it comes up here, I take profit at 150 and it goes up another 300, I don't care. That doesn't bother me at all. I didn't miss anything. I don't believe in missed trades. I made my money. I did exactly what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it every day, and it's always going to be the same. And if this market goes up another 10,000 ticks, doesn't matter to me. I'm still going to do the same thing. I'm not going to change my strategy tomorrow and say, well, it went up 10,000 ticks today, so tomorrow I'm going to change it, and I'm going to open my stop loss up so I can take a 150 tick loss instead in order to hopefully catch a 10,000 tick move up that happened. That was money that was already in my pocket. That was money that I already made, and I gave it back because I'm a sucker. That's how I look at it. If my trade's over, who cares where the market goes? The market's always going to move, guys. If I go to sleep tonight, the market's going to go somewhere. Guess what? I didn't miss it. I was asleep. The market goes up 10,000 ticks while I'm sleeping. I was asleep. Who cares? So you got to figure out which person you are. If it's going to keep you from sleeping at night, if you take profit right here and the market continues to go up and you miss that whole move, then just realize that when you open your stop up like that and you're 150 ticks in profit and it comes against you and you lose that 150 ticks back, you have to deal with that as well. So there's ups and downs, there's positive and negative to both sides of it. You have to figure out which one, sets better with you at the end of the day. For me, it doesn't matter to me. If I made my 150 ticks and it continues to go, that wasn't my trade. This market always moves, so I don't care. You just figure out which one you are, guys, and make sure you trade accordingly, because you definitely don't want to have sleepless nights because you're sitting there pissed off at yourself. It's not worth it. Figure out whatever keeps you less stressed in this market. Because believe it or not, emotions are a thing, guys. It's how you handle the emotions that's the difference. And I say this all the time. Everybody says, oh, well, just don't be emotional. Don't trade with emotions. Trade with zero emotions. No way, guys. No way. You're all humans. Yes, Ace, that's me. Take the money and run. Absolutely. Take the money, run, don't look back. Doesn't matter to me any. You know, it's funny you bring that up. Just look at it like a bank job. You want to take the risk to spend your extra 5-6 minutes in there to crack the safe, or you just want to get it and get out? It is what it is. I'm not saying it's the same thing for everybody. But for me, I got to be honest with you. I want to live to trade tomorrow. So you take the money and run. You always realize that it won't be hard to come back tomorrow. I do the same and come back every 4-hour candle. There you go, Ace. There's nothing. Hashcat says crack the safe also. And it is for everybody, Hashcat. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's everybody's thought and how they want to do it. And for me, I sleep better at night that way because I look at every profit that I've made. You know, and people say, well, they're unrealized. It doesn't matter. That's profit you can put in your pocket. It's not unrealized if you can click close and have it. It's realized then. And I look at every profit that I'm in profit as profit. So if I go, you know, 2K into profit and then give $1,000 back, I feel like I'm the idiot that just lost $1,000. Not everybody feels that way. Some people, they go $2,000 into profit, and then the market goes $1,000 against them, and then it goes another $1,000 into profit. Well, that person just made $3,000. Absolutely true. So they can go and hoot and holler and say, "Look, I just made $3,000, and you only made $2." I don't care. That doesn't matter to me, no. If they made $3, good job. However, they would have gave that $2,000 back to make that 3 too, and they would have made 0. That's how I look at it. I would never give $2,000 back at an opportunity to make 3. Doesn't make no sense to me. I'm going to take my $2,000 and run. That's just me. Why? Because I'm going to take another trade. I have many trades to go. So this trade doesn't matter none to me. None. Yes, you or someone else can write all the rules on paper, and for other people don't work that way because other mindset is the wrong. No. Yep. Be happy and feeling comfortable with your own thing and making it all. Yep, exactly, Hashcat. And that's the whole thing. And it is. It's one of those things, guys. As I'm sitting here talking about this, I'm not saying that, just like Hashcat's saying there, I'm not saying that my way is the way that works for, you know, you by any means. I'm not saying that, you know, you, Crown, you know, I'm not saying that it's the same thing. PD, I'm not saying it's the same thing. G-Flocke, you know what I'm saying? You guys, it may bother more that it continued to run, right? It may bother you guys more that the position went your way, you cashed out, and now it continued to go. So, just, I can't trade like you, not saying it's not good. You probably don't like how I trade. All good. No. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Everybody has their own style. Hashcat. Exactly. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with anything that anybody trades, guys. And there's nothing wrong with any way that anybody takes profit or anything else. All I can tell you is don't get confused at what RR is. You know, that's where we started this whole conversation. Don't be confused by what it is. Because it's not some miracle remedy of how to be profitable because you lose this trade or that trade or whatever the case may be. You just have to think about the numbers and understand what math is to understand that it just doesn't actually work that way. Am I saying that you shouldn't be an RR trader? Absolutely not. I'm saying I won't. I am a bankroll management trader. So the same way that you go and you sit at a poker table and you play poker or go and sports bet, that is exactly how I approach trading. So how it works is you say, okay, I have a $10,000 bankroll, right? And I'm going to risk 1% of my bankroll per trade. It's the same thing when you go and you sit down at a poker table. You're going to risk 1% of your buy-in, 1% of your bankroll on your buy-in. That's it. That's how it works. You either lose the 1% and continue on to go the next day, or you make the 1%, 2%, whatever you end up making that day, and you add that back into your bankroll. That's it. There's nothing more to it than that. And how does that work? Well, over the next 6 months, you'll see your bankroll grow. Why? Because you weren't risking all your bankroll on one trade, one day, one poker game, one sports bet. That's the whole point. There's nothing more to it than that. To me, the only thing that you can control in this market, and I'm going to say it again, everybody's going to say, oh, no, that's not the case. You can say where the market's going. We can say that there's a probability of the market going somewhere. Anybody that plays poker knows, okay, you got aces. You got pocket aces. Pre-flop, you've been dealt pocket aces. So does that mean that now you take your entire bankroll and put your entire bankroll on this hand because you can't lose because it's the best hand in poker? No. No. That's the whole reason that you only buy in with 1% of your bankroll, so that you can't make mistakes like that. This is what people don't understand with trading. It's the same thing. You're taking a small percentage to put on a hand. Why? Because the only thing you can manage in poker is your loss. That's it. You have no idea if you're going to win. You have probability that you're going to win, but that does not mean you're going to win. Trading's no different. You don't know how much you're going to win. There's no way of doing that. Could you imagine somebody sitting down at a poker table and saying, okay, I'm going to buy in for $1,000 today, and I'm not going to get involved in any hands that aren't at least 10R. So if there's not $10,000 in the pot, I'm not even going to play the hand. Doesn't work that way, guys. You get involved in any pot that you can take money out of. That's the whole point. You're trying to make money, as much money as you can, even if it's little bitty money. You just continue to make it, continue to build up. It's got nothing to do with ours. It just makes no sense to me. And you'll only see that here in the trading world. And it's just a crazy thought all the way around, in my opinion. Again, I'm not trying to hate on our traders. If it works for you, absolutely. It doesn't make any sense to me. It never will. Because I didn't start in the trading space. I mean, here should be your yesterday high hit here, Max, like we were talking about. This is where you'll start seeing shorts come in, though, right? I don't know where you are in your position, but, or what you're looking for. Still holding? Yeah. Just, not saying it won't continue to go up. These shorts will come in here. It could blast right through their stops and continue on up. We do have a wick to fill up here. That's why there's an arrow there. So there must be a wick on the 30. So it could very well fill that wick. Let's see. Yep. Wick on 30 right here. So which would be the overnight highs up here. Can we go up there? Yeah. Holding them till no top wick. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. But I hope that makes sense, guys. It just doesn't make any sense to look at it that way. At the end of the day, the only thing you can do in this market is say, okay, here's what I'm going to risk on this position. I have a high likelihood that it's going to go my way. If it doesn't, you're not upset about your risk. And you sure don't jump back in the market and start revenge trading because you lost a trade. Who cares? Who cares if you lose a trade? Get it. It's like that, just like we go back to the pocket aces. I mean, pocket ace is going to win? No. Yeah, pocket aces. Flop comes king, king, queen. How good do you feel about your hand? A lot of guys say, well, they still feel good. I wouldn't. I don't feel good no more. Fair. 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 I'm not loving it at this point, gotta tell you. But a lot better if I had ace king at that point. So the fact remains that anything can happen at the end of the day. I mean, you got probability on your side. That's the whole reason we're trading it. Obviously, I trade into stop losses. That's why my win rate's high. Everybody says, "Oh, your win rate's high." It doesn't matter though. Still's got nothing to do with nothing at the end of the day. You know, you risk what you risk. That's why I don't risk over 30 ticks, because in my opinion, that's the only thing you can control. So you don't over risk. That's it. What do you make? Who knows? Who knows? Am I going to say that I'm not going to make 2R? Absolutely not. Or 5R, or 10R, or 30R, or 100R. If this trade goes, I'm going to keep dragging a stop loss. It's going to keep going. And that's the next thing that makes no sense to me. So if you're a 3R trader, that means you just take profit at 3R. That don't make no sense either. If it's going to continue to move, why would you take profit at 3R? I mean, let that sink in for a minute. You realize that there's no reason to close the trade. The market's giving you no reason to close the trade, but you know, you're trading 3R, so that's just your take profit. How does that make any sense? Very nice, Max. Nice trade, man. So, doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't understand. I think you should have a reason. You should have criteria for your close. You know, it's just as important to come up with criteria for your exit as it is for your entry. You got to have criteria for both these. Good morning, D. Yeah, it's so. I think the wife sent you a DM, didn't you? Nah, you missed my voice. Yeah, she thought yesterday was Tuesday. It's crazy. I had no idea what day the actual class was, but she was like, "Well, I got class tonight. I hadn't missed any classes and I got the one tonight." 1 hour Sunday was Monday. Yeah. Oh, you thought Sunday was Monday? Yeah, that's the problem. And she did the same thing, right? Like, so she did miss class, but she didn't know it. She hadn't missed any before that. I was like, when you told me she'd missed some, I was like, how's she missed any? She doesn't think she's missed any. Oh. And then she figured it out last night. She was trying to sign in to the meeting, and it wouldn't let her sign in. She's like, I'm so upset. She says, I can't sign in. And she was kind of running behind anyways because of all the stuff we were busy with yesterday. She can't get signed in. She was frantic. Can't get signed in. Can't get signed in. And finally she figured out that it was that it wasn't Tuesday. And I was like, oh my Jesus. No wonder Dee's asking me why you hadn't showed up to class. You missed it yesterday. Oh man. So yeah. I assume she probably didn't think of that. But yeah. So it was something. It was something. So I see now why you were asking me how she missed class, because she actually had missed class. But either way, how are you, D? Anyway. Yellow line was Sunny Peel on my chart. It's orange. Ashcat, that's yesterday's high. No, that's orange. Or yesterday's low. Sorry, thought it was high. No, it's yesterday's low. Here's yesterday's high. Here's yesterday's low. So we're about to get back into yesterday's range. Maybe. Just been busy, yeah. Us too, us too. Not missing anything. I'm over here. Yeah, orange. Yeah, orange is just the daily high and low Hashcat. So on my chart, and I'll go over it anyway because a lot of new people are here, Hashcat, so I'm super glad you asked, actually. Orange lines are the daily high and low previous day. Red and green lines are the overnight high and low. White lines are current range when I come to the chart, and a lot of times we'll change these as we go along, but that's exactly what the lines are on my chart. For anybody that doesn't know, arrows are wickless candles. Hopefully everybody's got that now. Those emojis kill me. Glad to see you though. Glad to see you though, D. Whenever you can show up, that is great. Make an indicator for wickless candles. Yeah. That wouldn't be that may not be bad. I don't know. I just, yeah. I draw them out and then pull the stuff across, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Hashcat. Oh, I forgot to take these stupid things off. See? How'd you say you did that? Trading? Buy sell buttons. Okay. That what you're talking about, right? Or Hashcat, sorry. Damn it. That's what you were talking about, correct? I forgot to take them off after we talked about that yesterday. I don't know. Yeah, they must have been the update. I did get an update, so that must have been what it was, but I've never even paper traded on TradingView, so. OCD, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, well, I don't want to look like I trade on TradingView anyways, because people would get super confused when I pull my chart over and place my trade here on NinjaTrader. Because when I take my trade, I'll place it on here and they'll be like, why didn't you trade it on TradingView? Because I don't have anything hooked up to TradingView to take any kind of trade on TradingView. I trade on NinjaTrader, guys. Anybody that's been here knows that. That's just how I trade. I prefer NinjaTrader. Paper trader. No. I wouldn't even know how to paper trade on here now. I never did it. I did use replay before and tried to pull stuff. I hate replay. It doesn't print the candles. So I stopped doing it. Somebody said, well, backtest and just use the replay function on TradingView. It doesn't matter how slow you make it. It still doesn't print candles. All it does is spit candles out. How are you going to backtest on replay if it just spits candles? I mean, you don't even get to see how the candles form. It don't make a lot of sense to me, but yeah. I'm not a backtester for anybody that doesn't know either. I don't backtest, guys. I sim trade or sometimes even evaluation trade. Dependent. order to test strategies. If I'm testing a new strategy, I'll either get an eval account and just run it on an eval account, or I will sim trade. Yeah, forward testing, exactly. That's the only way I do it. Does it take more time? Yes. Absolutely. It takes way more time. But with that, I know where I'm at on it. I mean, I get to see how it actually works in the market. Yeah, exactly. It's more realistic. Because you're actually, I mean, you're placing a trade right now when the market's moving. So there's no question. Stream record trading view for 2 or 3 hours. All right, Max. But yeah, I forward test everything. Any of you guys that have been here, I don't back test. I've never back tested. For me, candle building and how these candles build and how they react is everything as far as my trading goes. How the actual market's moving. People talk about price action, and when I use the term price action, I'm talking about how the candle's building. I'm not talking about higher highs, lower lows, or whatever else everybody likes to talk about when they talk about price action. None of that stuff makes any difference to me, other than the fact that I know that traders pay attention to higher highs, lower lows. So therefore, that will get my interest as to how they're entering. But for me, it's all about how these candles build. When this candle just came up here, started, sitting right here, and now it started to move back down. That's orders coming in. That's the only thing that matters to me, is how that's moving. Right? So. Where does it react? What area did we hit and it react immediately? What area did we hit and it stalled? That's how you can see how the orders are coming in. Right? So that's why wicks are so important to me. It's not just because they're wicks, it's because of how the entries actually came in is what produced those wicks. All this is, all these candles are, guys, traders. That's it. So where are the traders? That's all I'm trying to figure out. Where are they? Where are they at? Where'd they come in at? Where'd they come in at heavy? Where are they actually holding their positions? Right? Where is it failing? You get an area, I mean, especially like a high. And we went over this. If you guys go back to when we were making all-time highs, go back to those live streams. We went over it time and time and time again. When you start getting up into them highs, and you know for a fact that every trader is shorting and the price isn't going down, it's simple. That price is holding in order for them orders to build. Stop losses are where? Above the high. It's so easy. What's going to happen? You're going to go up there and hit the stops. This is what it is. And timing for your entries. Yep, Crown. Yeah, timing's everything. People don't get that either. Timing's everything. I can tell, we could sit here and talk about the market's going to go up or the market's going to go down, but what does it matter if you don't time your entry, right? I mean, we can talk about it all we want. We can say, okay, well, we think that gold's going to go to 2,700. Well, that's great. Gold's going to go to 2,700. Are you going to be right? Yeah, maybe. But how are you going to get involved if you can't, time when it's going to go up? And that's now Dee can tell you about that. That's how her strategy is, right? It's all about timing. That's the whole point. It's the whole point of how she trades, which is absolutely amazing. I mean, that's the whole thing. You have to have timing, guys. Just knowing, that we're going to go up to a top or down to low or whatever the case may be doesn't really matter if you don't have your timing down, because then your entry doesn't mean nothing, right? So it's the hardest part, yeah. And it is. For a lot of people, it is, absolutely. That's the whole thing. In other words, Dee uses astrology, right? And that's how she gets her timing down. She's super, super, super good at it. that brings the timing equation into it, you know, if you trade that way. That's how Gann traded. That's how, you know what I mean? There's a lot of traders that traded that way and it worked for them very good. You wondered why wicks don't matter when I was always saying what is producing wick, not the wick by itself. What? I don't know what you're saying, G-Flock. What do you... Wondered why wicks don't matter for me when I was always saying what is producing a wick, not the wick by itself. What's producing the wick? The traders are producing the wick. What up? You always were angry at me when I said that wick doesn't matter. Wicks do matter. Windows plus R type. What? Max? What? Alright. Anyway. Okay. Does anybody have any questions that make any sense? Sorry, G-Flock. No. Wicks matter because that's traders, man. And you have to watch the I mean, for me, I watch the candles build. That's the whole point. So that's just me. Traders is what caused the wick. Yes. Well, orders is the only thing that causes any of this. How do you think we accomplished any of this? How do you think this candle moved? My algo trades execute on timing, e.g. at 10:58 for CL, so timing matters. Yeah, absolutely, Fortic. The wicks don't matter, don't count until orders did it. Well, wicks won't be there without orders, G-Flock. There won't be a wick. Sometimes your conversations are counterproductive, man. You can't have a wick without an order. Orders. You can't have a candle without orders. No, you're not stupid. I'm just saying that you're saying so the wicks don't matter because there's no orders, but there's no such thing as a wick with no orders. That's the whole thing. There's no such thing as a candle. There's no such thing as this market. Would be candles without market orders. So you're irrational. Well, sometimes you try to think too far out of the box, G-Flock, eh? But yeah. But it's alright. Nothing wrong with that. Wrapping your head around it. You just need to make sure that you don't get, you know, yourself off track. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with it. Just don't get yourself off track to where you're so absorbed in the, you know, in the fact that you're not actually learning anything. Then you're fine. But by all means, you should learn everything you can. That is the whole point, man. Yeah. It is what it is. What are you going to do? Yep. Yep. Anybody have any questions today, though? Anything, guys? Any ideas, anything? Yeah, he does. He claims he's going to come back, and because he's been gone for a little bit, so he claims that he's making a comeback, and he's come back for real. So that is great, very excellent. No comeback. T-Flock Ace. T-Flock Ace been gone for a bit. Five tests next month already planned. Well, it sounds like he may have some more stuff under his belt before coming back. Mm-hmm. No comeback yet, but claims he's going to come back eventually. I don't know where Paul is today. He was here yesterday, D. I'm not sure where he's at. There may have been some today, but normally he still drops in. I don't know. Every now and again he'll not show up, but I don't think he said anything yesterday. View up, yeah. Yeah, Ace. I agree with you there, Chief Locke. Changing PCs is never fun. My wife still thinks I'm crazy because I've had this laptop that I've gotten, all you guys that have been here. I think it's going on 2 years now. It's almost the 2-year mark. And the other day it said the Microsoft thing came on the screen and said, let's finish setting up Windows or something. And I clicked wait till later again. You said that's still coming up on your laptop? Yep, that's me. That's me. Why did I decide to stream? Basically, the reason that I decided to stream Lipinski was because I was doing live streams in the very, very, very beginning. I was in a server. It's a long story. I've told it a few times here, but I'm not going to go over all of it again. But I was in a server, 14K members, and I love this story. And I was live streaming in that, just in the VC, right? And then when we created our server, you know, the server that everybody's in now, if you want to be part of the Discord, send the link of any whatever social media platform you're on. But anyways, we were in that server, and I was live streaming every day as well, just VC. And everybody said, well, if we want to get more members and we want to get more, you know, build more of a community, then what we need to do is we need to go on the social media platforms. And I was like, all right, yeah, I've got YouTube. I'll go ahead and get YouTube set up. And, oh, you joined yesterday? Oh, great, great, great. So we set up YouTube, and then everybody would tell me different things. And the only one that I didn't do, everybody tried to talk me into TikTok. I wasn't going to do TikTok. I refuse to do TikTok, but I never had social media before doing this server, Lebonsky. So I'm no social media expert by any means, but now, you know, I stream on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube was actually the beginning. And then we had some issues with YouTube, you know, shutting down some of the content. So then we opened the Rumble account as well. So that keeps everything just in case we're no longer, you know, just in case YouTube was to shut us down or whatever the case may be. But yeah, that was the reasoning behind it. I don't have any, you know, everybody always asks me about monetization and all that stuff. Oh, you make money? No, I didn't. I don't have any monetization, guys. I don't even think you can monetize until you have like 1,000 subscribers or something. And even then, I'm not sure if they'll allow it. Whoever, you know, if anybody's been here during this, they claim at 500 people, you can put in like super chats and stuff, and they won't allow me to do that. They said that they won't. I'm not eligible to do anything like that. So I think maybe because I got the warning and got my account shut down. We had it shut down one time. The people in the server that have been in there for a while, they remember that. We still don't know exactly what it was, but we're pretty confident in what we were talking about that got us essentially banned. So, and it was a very bad day for me because I thought we lost everything. I thought we'd lost all the video content and all the live streams and everything. So that's why now Rumble has all those things as well, and I think it's a much friendlier platform when it comes to, you know, saying whatever you want to say. So I try to be careful now, not talk about things that, you know, can get you banned, because I'm obviously not trying to upset anybody on any platform or get banned or anything else. That's the last thing I want to do, because at the end of the day, if I'm not on all these platforms, not everybody has access to this content, and therefore I'm not reaching everyone to teach. And that's my whole point here. I'm trying to get as many people successful as I can, trying to build as great of a community as we can, so we can go on and, you know, people will stop paying fake trader gurus for courses and content and all these things. You know, it kills me that there's so many scammers out there that don't even know how to trade, and, you know, they're living in $1 million houses, driving around Lambos off of you guys' you know, money, and you didn't learn anything. I mean, it's just, it's a sad thing. It'd be one thing if they were teaching you guys something. It'd be one thing if you guys were successful. It'd be one thing if you go and you take one of these courses, you go and you buy yourself a ICT mentorship, and all of a sudden you've got money. You know, you're successful, you're doing well. But those aren't the stories I ever hear. And I can tell you, go look at where ICT lived before he, I'm not trying to put ICT on blast, because I'm not talking about just ICT, I'm talking about all of them. All right, D, have a good one. See you later. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you showing up. Yeah, but I'm not just talking about ICT. I'm talking about all of them, guys. I use ICT as an example only because, yeah, I'm not, again, man of the woods, I'm not trying to blast him. I only use him as an example because everybody knows him. You see what I'm saying? But go look at where he lived before he started Mentorship, back when he was trading. Go look at what happened to him back when the traders ran him off. He's been trading for a long time, but he got ran out of the space for many, many, many years. Anybody that knows, but then he came back after COVID. Why? Because everybody was a trader after COVID. COVID hit, everybody was a trader. So he came back, he made tons. He did really well. You know, he's a salesman. It's great. But just remember, he's a salesman, right? And so are almost all the rest of these people. Yeah, people think they gift you free money, but it's not to make it easy like that. Yeah. Yep, fast money goes fast, also out. Yep, absolutely. Good inspiration to put a course together. Yeah. He even said he made more money selling courses than trading Ace. Yeah, yeah. And he did. He can't trade. People fail to understand. Most of the traders that you see on YouTube, I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to tell you all. I hate to say all because I'm sure there is a trader or two out there that knows how to trade, but every trader that I know on YouTube can't trade. And it's just a matter of time before they're not on YouTube anymore, normally, or they're selling enough courses that they continue to rock on. But I can tell you with 100% certainty that any trader that I've seen on YouTube, any of the gurus, all these people selling all this stuff can't trade. Out money got good stuff for stocks. Yeah. And I mean, that's people just don't get it. Just if I was going to be a salesman, guys, right? I'm going to go sell something that's fun to sell. Why am I going to sit here and waste my time with this to sell? You know? See you later, G Flock. Hey. No worries, man. Appreciate you showing up. See you later. But yeah, if I was going to be a salesman, I'd find something fun to sell, you know? Not sell something fun. Why are you going to sit here and try to do courses and all this crap? You would be broke being a salesman for... Oh, if I was a salesman in this course or in this space, yeah, I'd be broke. You ain't lying. I couldn't do it. But if I'm gonna be a salesman, then I'm gonna buy an exotic car dealership, or I'm gonna buy, I'm gonna sell properties in the Bahamas, beach houses, something. Why in the world would I want to sit here and spend all my time to sell courses to traders? I saw many who take courses for nothing. I like this world. I'm trying to self-taught. It's not easy, but with patience and practice, you can do anything. Absolutely, Lebonsky. Absolutely. And sell something that someone will have to keep coming back to. Yeah, exactly, PD. Now you're thinking. Yep. There you go. Ace, nothing wrong with that. Used to sell cocaine, now he's selling candles. It works. But anyway, Lebonsky. I mean, I'm just being honest. I wouldn't waste my time trying to sell in this space. Not saying guys don't make money. Obviously they do, but why not sell something that you enjoy, selling something that's fun to sell. Something that doesn't take so much work to make either, Needed that fast money again. So there are a few peeps like Andre Unger. Andre Unger. I don't think I've heard of him, Fortic. Beautiful. That is good. That's good to know. He won Robbins Cup in 2008. Yeah. Yep. Well, I know somebody who won Robbins Cup a few times too, and it isn't any good either, but again, it's not, doesn't mean that Andre Unger isn't. He could be great. I hope he is. I'd like to see more good traders out there trying to do things rather than people just trying to sell courses and things, because unfortunately that's what it's came to. Too many people trying to... 3 times, yeah. Very nice, very nice. Vinny E. Mini won it a few times too, with his algo box. But Darren talks everything he can on ICT, and he doesn't trade no better than him. Even with his algo box that he charges $5 grand for. He likes to do is wait until he gets margin called and then shut his stream down. Yeah, sorry. Not a fan of that guy either. There was a time. Back on to brighter conversations. Does anybody have any questions, though? Anything? Questions, thoughts, ideas, guys? Do I buy physical gold? No. Do not buy physical gold. What website is that on screen? Different than YouTube. What are you talking about, PD? No, I don't buy physical gold. Like I said, I don't care about the asset itself at all. I've bought and sold antiques for many years too, and I don't like antiques either. That's just me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Most things don't make any sense to me. Hashcat's gonna get on to me here. I'm sorry in advance, but I used to trade crypto full time, just the same, guys, and I could care less about crypto. I only trade these things because they make money. They don't make no difference to me. I'm not a firm believer in any of it. Just me. And that doesn't mean that anybody else has to believe the same thing. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. I've, you know, dabbled in antiques for years and years and years. And I enjoy to do it, but not because I enjoy the antiques. I kind of like seeing different stuff now and again. And I used to, you know, post some of the pictures because some people see it, but because some people were interested back when. But I don't keep antiques in my house. I don't have a china cabinet with antique. I wouldn't keep them for anything. It doesn't make any sense to me. However, there is money to be made in antiques. So yes, I will buy them, and yes, I will sell them. But it's because there's money to be made in them, not because I actually care about them, right? No question, but we'll say sorry for my weird behavior yesterday. Let's control, so offended anyone. Sorry, you're all right, Hashcat. It happens. I know. It happens. It happens. No worries, man. PD, two different chats. My chat screen is different than chat on screen. Like I'm in YouTube watching, and it seems like other people are streaming outside of YouTube. Is that Twitch or something? Yeah, PD. When you see the icons beside them, like Hashcat there, see that little blue icon beside him, and I realize you can't see any of the rest of them right now, but that little blue icon, that's Discord. So they're actually typing from the Discord server, which the link's in the description if you want to join Discord. Lebonsky, can you just type hello or anything in there, and that'll be from Twitch. And when, like you just typed there, see the little red icon? That's YouTube. So right here on this stream currently, there's Twitch right there. Hello. So right now on this stream, PD, We have the Discord. Their chat's here because I'm live in the Discord. We have YouTube. I'm live here. That's where you're at. I have Twitch. I'm live on Twitch as well. We have Kick. I'm live there. And we have Rumble. I'm live there as well. And I just run it all multiple streams through my OBS. And I've just got a social stream that I run all the chat through so that everybody can interact together, because that's kind of the whole point. And, you know, the live stream for me is everybody can interact and trade together and learn and ask questions and everything else. So that's why I just make a whole community out of it. That's the whole purpose for me, guys. So, just so we can educate as much as we can and trade as much as we can, and not nearly as lonely as everybody says trading is. Yeah, I'm on everything, Ace. For the most part, and that's because everybody came up with new things to stream on to get, you know, new people involved. Because the more people I get involved, right, the more we interact here, and the more that everybody can help one another and gain from the help that everybody else is giving. Honestly, I mean, each person's question, and people always think, oh well, but I'm not going to help anybody because I'm new and I'm a beginner. No, you're going to help somebody because you're going to ask a question and somebody's going to answer it. You know what I mean? Whether I answer it, whether Hashcat answers it, whether Sonny answers it, any of these guys are going to answer these questions, and that's helping everybody. Every new beginner that's here, that's helping everybody that didn't know the answer to that question. I mean, it's a great thing that we do here every day, and in my opinion, right? And it's not my thing. I realize everybody says, oh, well, you know, it's your thing. No, it's everybody's thing, guys. Every question you guys ask is helping everybody else. Every person here that trades, Hashcat, Sonny, all these guys that have answers to the questions just the same. All these guys are huge assets as well. Why? Because they're answering questions just the same, right? I mean, these are all huge things. Yes. Yep. Also, the one who answers learns. Exactly. And that's absolutely the truth as well. I mean, this is a huge thing, guys, and this is why this is way more important, in my opinion, and way more impactful and everything else, right, than money. I'm not trying to sell you a course. I'm trying to build a community. I'm trying to build like-minded people to come here and trade, and, you know, whoever it is that's asking the question today that says, hey, I'm new, Lebonsky, you know, you're asking a question today. Here in a year, you're going to be one sitting here answering questions for the next person that's here asking questions because you've got answers for them, right? What do you think about value gap? Is it an opportunity for you? If they fail, yes. If they're in the right spot, then yes. Yes, make trading great for once. PD, exactly. Exactly. And that the biggest thing is everybody being a part of it too, so that you don't have to feel like, oh my gosh, I'm the only one that ever lost a trade. This is the worst day of my life. Because revenge trading's such a bad thing, because you get so emotional when you lose a trade. And to see that other people lose trades just the same. Everybody loses a trade. You know, you lose a trade, big deal. Go on. We live to trade another day because we didn't over risk. That's the whole point. That echo, large size, long-term crypto investing based on project fundamentals is a good way to multiply funds relatively quickly. I really don't care much about crypto except as a spec thing. $10 million in crypto assets is my goal, just to prove my dad wrong. Beautiful, that echo. I like that. I like that. Good morning, by the way. I said good morning to you earlier, but I'm not sure if you were actually here or not. First on. I always do when I first start the stream, because I always assume you're out there somewhere, but I never know. So if you didn't catch my good morning, I'm going to tell you good morning again. How do you know if it's failed? The value gap. Well, it'll be failed because what traders will do, Lebonsky, is they'll come in when the gap closes, and you'll get a move, and it depends on where the gap is, because there's fair value gaps everywhere. That's the problem. So that's where the issue comes in as well. But if it lines up with other strategies, then you expect a actual real reaction, you know. And when I say real reaction, you expect when a bunch of traders come in a certain area that push is going to be a continuation push, right? So, like I said earlier, if you have short sellers entering the market, then they're future buyers, right? So only one of two things can happen. If everybody comes in short, it's either going to go to their take profit, which if you understand strategies, you're pretty confident of where most strategies are going to take profit at, right? So it's either going to go to their take profit, and then you will see a reaction there as well because they're taking profit, or it's going to go to their stop loss. Right? That's the only two things that can happen. So if price essentially goes down because we filled a fair value gap, let's just say there was an order block there, because we love to compare them with order blocks, and there was supply there, and everybody shorts. Well, if it just comes down a little bit, makes a top wick, and now next candle opens, makes a bottom wick, we're looking for the flip of that candle. Why? Because we're trading back into their entries. Why? Because once you hit their entry, what are they going to do? Weak-handed traders. What are the weak hands going to do? They're going to go BE. And what's that going to do? That's going to kill all their buddies. All their buddies that trade the exact same strategy as them are now going to get massacred because now they just put in a whole bunch of buy orders. What does buy orders do? Push the price up. So now they just wiped out their friends that trade the same strategy because they went BE. So now a whole bunch of long orders, buy orders have came in to push price into the stop losses of all the people that trade the exact same strategy as them. That happens all the time. That's all part of trading. How many times have you entered a position and it starts going your way, and then it starts to turn around, you're like, oh, I think this is going to go against me, and then you go BE, and then it goes against you, and you say, oh man, I'm so glad I got out. Yeah. Those people that trade the same strategy wasn't so glad about that. But yeah, I mean, and that's the whole thing. And that's how you see the failed positions, because you want to see a continuation if all these people have shorted. If you don't see a continuation, well, what's happening? They are failing. But the broker wins? I mean, the broker really, for tick, and I've put this out a few times. If you sports bet, you know, then you understand what a bookie is, and that's all a broker is. They make a percent on each side. So essentially all they're really trying to do is keep the books level, you know. So like if you're taking a sports bet on a team, you know, you placed a wager on your team, the reason that they adjust spreads is to keep their books balanced. That's all they're trying to do. Broker does the same thing. They're trying to keep their books balanced, and they take a commission or a spread or whatever you want to say, depending on what you trade on each side. I mean, if you go yeah, you're right there. Yeah, you got to pay commission still. Yep, and that's the whole thing. And yep. You always got to pay commissions. So they get paid either way. And essentially what they're trying to do is keep everything even. So when you talk about imbalances in the market, that's essentially what your broker or exchange is trying to do, is make sure that that there isn't any imbalances, because they make commission, but they don't lose or make money essentially on each side of it. Most people like to think that the broker makes all this money if you lose a trade. Well, it's not the broker making it. It's the people on the other side of that trade, actually. All the broker's making is, whatever their payment is, whether it be commission, whether it be spread, whether it be Depends on how they do it, right? Forex, you got spread and commission sometimes. So the last candle is an example, right? He surpasses the gap when trader thinks he goes short for continue to the trend. Yep. Yep. And that happens, and that's the whole thing. I mean, there's fair value gaps everywhere. You can go down to whatever time frame you want, and you're going to see fair value gaps everywhere. Everybody likes to talk about fair value gaps. There's nothing wrong with talking about them, obviously, but they essentially can be anywhere. So, and a lot of people just trade all of them, which, please don't do that, guys. A lot of them just, as soon as it gets back into where it would be a fair value gap, they just trade it. That's tough. I mean, I'm not saying it won't work for you. If it works for you, by all means, stick with it. But, you know, and if you go to different time frames, you can pull order blocks everywhere too, right? I mean, these are things that you can do. So that's the tough part. But when I'm looking for actual, you know, areas, you know, when I draw that stuff out, it's essentially a range, right? I call it a range, but your top of your range is where you're going to see, you know, your resistance, your supply, your bearish order blocks. That's the whole point. And then when you go to the bottom of your range, that's going to be your demand, your bullish order blocks, your support, things of that. And then we're watching for traders to come in so that we can take advantage of that. It is to understand as much as possible in all the scenarios. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, as you learn more strategies, and you learn more ways people trade. I love just, you know, learning more things that people trade. Why? Because that makes me more proficient at what I'm looking at every day. Am I looking at? I want to know where traders enter and where they put their stop losses and how I can take advantage of them stops being ran. That's all I aim to do, you know, on a daily basis. So the more I learn about how they trade, the more I learn about where they enter, the more that I learn about where they put their stop losses, the easier it is to take advantage of them stops getting ran. Just trying to figure out where that wick was. Yeah, it's a 30-minute. So I lost some trades to try the various strategies, but I think that when you start cheating, it's important to understand the situation better. Yeah. And I mean, the problem with like fair value gaps, and again, I'm not taking anything from it or whatever, but the problem with it is you really have fair value gaps essentially everywhere. And the kind of things they'll show you, which this one didn't actually fill, but we'll just go back to this first candle here where it's super perfect, right? So here's your fair value gap. Everybody can agree with that, right? So here's your fair value gap, and these are the kind of things that they'll show you. Well, look here. There's the fair value gap, right? And it actually didn't fill. So they won't give you a lot of mind to that, but that actually didn't fill. Why? Because it didn't actually fill the fair value gap. But regardless, they'll come in, they'll tell you how this worked, and they'll say, okay, well, we can go back to fine, let's just do a 0.5 fair value gap fill. You know, okay, so you entered here. Super entry, look at this. I mean, we killed it, right? Super good. And we can go back and we can show all this stuff on the chart time and time and time again. Won't show you is, look at this fair value gap right here. You know, you're never going to be shown any of these things. This is always where the problem comes in at. You see what I'm saying? So you got killed right here. You see it? You got killed. You didn't. That one didn't win. So, and then we can go down to the next one. Same thing again. And I mean, as long as you use all of them on the chart and not just go onto YouTube and say this is what is and what isn't, then you'll be able to see these things for yourself. You know what I mean? There are fair value gaps everywhere. You can go to every time frame and see tons of them. I'm not telling you whether to or not to do this, do that. But at the end of the day, when you see it on YouTube, all you're seeing is people going through and hand picking what already played out. And this is always where the problem comes in at. And if you watch enough YouTube videos, you should be able to see this. What you want to see is you want to see, you know, here's our fair value gap, right? On this particular candle setup, saying that this closes this way, which, you know, we still got a lot of time, so who knows, but let's just say, and now you want to see this person continuously, every day, place his order right here, and take this. Keep track of his wins and losses. And trade all these positions. That's what you want to see. You know, there's your entry. Let's take it. And continuously do this and actually make profits. Consistently profit. Not just go through a chart of something that's already played out and cherry pick the ones that you want to use. Doesn't make any sense, you know. Am I saying it's wrong or right? Doesn't matter to me either way. I'm going to trade my style no matter what fair value gaps do, to be honest with you. But that's just how I do it, right? It is a 50-50 classic. Yeah. Yeah. You go to come up with new names, IFG, FG. And where do you put your stop loss? Where do they put their stop loss when they do the fair value gaps? That's all dependent on the trader. All right. Or are you asking me where I put my stop loss? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can go look at plenty of fair value gap videos. If you're in the server, I can drop you, you know, SMC courses and ICT courses and all kinds of stuff. Bonsky, if you want to learn any of that stuff. I've got tons of it sitting around. But for me, my stop loss is, you know, simple. Like, just say, like we talked about this position this morning, right here, say this was a close above. My stop loss is super easy because my entry would have been the flip of this candle. Right? So, and we already went over this position earlier, but my stop loss would have been right here. The low of that candle, my take profit one would have been the recovery of this wick, right? And then my stop loss would have been drug as we put a wick on this candle. So, because that's what we were looking for, our arrow was here. We were looking for a wick on that candle, and I would have been stopped out in this wick. That's where I would have been stopped out. In that wick there. So that would have been my position on that. However, we never got to close above, so wouldn't have took that position. But just an idea, because unfortunately I can't show my positions very well, guys, without the market actually moving and being able to show how I would have traded it, right? So if it doesn't play out perfectly, obviously I'm not involved at all. I'm very conservative with my entries. So that's why I try to talk through what could or couldn't have been, depending on how it went, so that you guys can actually see it. But it's always going to be your bottom wick. So like here, Same thing when we were showing that trade that Max got in. Same thing. And you would have, you know, take profit 1, you would have recovered that wick and or drug your stop loss. You probably would have took it before then. I would have anyway. And then tried to drag your stop loss close as we hit this candle. And you guys saw, as soon as we hit that top, what happened? Came down 2-3 ticks, and then what did it do? Pause for a minute, and I said, okay, well, we're going to run the stops here. What did it do? It hit the stops, bang through. It always moves the same way when it comes into them areas, right? We should be almost putting the next spot we're looking for, right? The risk management, Bonsky for fair value gap traders. I mean, they trade RR. So whatever their stop loss is, their take profit's going to be, you know, whatever R they put on top of that. So if their stop loss is, you know, 50 ticks and they're a 3R trader, their take profit's going to be 150 ticks. That's how they trade, right? Yeah, so, and if you want to learn more like SMC, ICT type stuff, like I said, just ping me in the, if you're in the server, just ping me in the server. Tell me what you want. I can drop courses for you if you want to learn that stuff. I've got tons of that stuff laying around because I tried to learn as much as I could. I mean, I still try to, honestly. I just definitely don't do nearly the learning as I did, you know, 2 years ago by any means. Still try to learn as much as I can. If anybody wants to show up, we do have the education stream at 1:30 today, guys. So we will be back at 1:30. So that's about 2 hours, right? And Landon will be hosting the education stream today. So YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Discord will be back here to do that. For anybody that is interested, for anybody that can't make it, it will be obviously in the live stream section. Waiting for the poker game. Well, I'd love to play some poker. Let's play some poker. I love poker. I'll be there. Beautiful, Ace. Yeah. You'll be there. PD will be there. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Man of the Woods. Everybody's going to show up. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yeah. Yep. Bensky, yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. Well, I'll be back for the stream as well, but I mean, we'll be back tomorrow at 6. For any of you guys that don't make the stream, the education stream, I'll be back tomorrow morning at 6, just the same. But I appreciate all you guys showing up. Has anybody got any other questions though? I just wanted to let you guys know that we will have that education stream as well. If anybody is interested, love to have you. Hey, Motivation Healing. I didn't know you were still here. You've been so quiet. Just got back. Okay, I was wondering because I wasn't sure you were here, but yeah, we got an education stream coming up in about 2 hours. If anybody wants to show up, I will be here. Again, I'm not the one hosting the stream. It is it is Landon. So I don't know if it'll be Landon and Jashim today, maybe. But I think Landon plans on doing this every week on Thursday. And I think Jashim's trying to get a schedule together to do Fridays. But I think his is going to be more of a bi-weekly. So every other week. Hopefully you guys can get use out of that. They're good streams, guys. Good information. Yep. Anyway, if nobody has any questions, I'm going to go ahead and jump out of here for now. Like I said, I will be back in a couple hours. Motivation Healing. Have a good one. PD, Ace, Man of the Woods, Crown, Vortic. Have a good one, guys. Lebonsky. Have a good one. That Echo. As always, have a good one. I'll see you all in a couple hours. Or I will see you back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Have a great rest of your day. Whoever's not going to be here in a couple hours. Ashcat, we will be there. Also, I got home arrest. What? All right. We'll be there. Good, good, good. I wasn't sure you were still here. All right, Hashcat. Have a good one. See you guys in a couple hours. Have a good rest of your day, guys. And as always, stay consistent out there.